Well, good evening everybody. Welcome back to VP4TV. We're here for Friday Night 9-ball. The bad news is, or the good news, is it's going to be quick tonight because on the last check there was only 8 in, and by this time last week we were full up at 6 o'clock, a full hour pretty much before the tournament started. But it's getting to the warmer days, the longer days, and people have other things to do. That's what usually happens. Welcome to Matt, welcome to Stub, welcome to Hog. He was there earlier on, he's probably got bored and left, and welcome to anybody else that I've missed. Now of course the deadline for the Virtual Snooker World Championship I believe is tomorrow. We'll have a quick look at that. There is still one seat left in the tournament, and we can see the list of players that are in. Most of them we know who they are. Quite a few of them we don't know what level they are at snooker. But LS3 was playing, in fact I think she's played Barker's a couple of times this week. Barker's being the current world champion, and I think she's basically handed him his arse on both occasions. The one that I streamed earlier on in the week, she beat him 3-0 fairly easily because he was hopeless. And then when she got to the final, she got her highest break in snooker, which was 126. So she's looking good to cause problems in this tournament. And Barker's, as far as holding on to his title goes, he needs an awful lot more table time if he's going to do anything like that. So it's a pretty much open tournament. Apart from that, there are still plenty of people there that know what they're doing but don't generally play snooker a lot. So good evening to Brainful Out. Let's go back to Friday Night 9-ball, see what's happening, because I think it's not much better. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll get 9 in. So this is going to be over quick, and I'll be able to get to watch the snooker later on in the TV rather than on my phone. I'm trying to think if there's anything else to cover. Oh well, the only other thing which I've actually put my name in for it. Well, where the hell is it? I'm going to have to put the banners. /banners. The Masters League in the pool, or I should, if we can get this to work, hang on a minute. The 9-ball Masters League has got 3 teams in it so far. No, tell a lie, 2 teams, but these are all players who aren't signed up or who haven't got teams, and I'm one of them. I'm in there somewhere, although I don't see myself. But that is pretty much going to die a death unless there's more interest in it. But it'll either take care of itself or it won't. Simple as that. Right, so we are just about to have the brackets go up. There's going to be a fair few buys, and it is going to be a short one tonight. This is the poorest turnout for Friday Night 9-ball for a long time, but like I say, this is what generally does happen at this time of year. The brighter days, people have got other things to do. I've had a message sent to me. Who's that from? Oh, it's from a local Indian. I don't mean an Indian fella, I'm talking about the Indian takeaway place. Right. Let us just get the BBC iPlayer up and running. that's well, there's one first round match, and it's Houdini and Travelling TT that are going at it. And we've got round 2 matches. Larry's waiting on the winner of Houdini and Travelling TT. We've got Stefan playing Chimpy. We've got DJ Riru playing, who the hell's that? Amy. Now is that somebody that signed up and won't appear in the lobby? I don't know. We've got John Boo against Spectre Dawn. So we've got Houdini and Travelling TT in that first match. I'm hedging my bets and saying it could be quite a long one, so Larry might have like 40 minutes or more to wait for that match to be over, unless somebody starts potting a few balls in that match. Let's have a look. Well, Amy has arrived, whoever that is. I've never seen Amy before, but well, according to that, and again, we're assuming it's a female, but according to that, they're a Scot. So let's go in and have a look at this Houdini Travelling TT match. I need to change the colour of the cloth. Miscellaneous colour blue. I changed the size of the chat font so I could fit more of it on the screen. It didn't need to be quite as big, so I've shrunk it down a bit. So we're in the first rack. Player 2 is Travelling TT. He's getting the 8 ball. And I'm thinking there'll be quite a few errors in this match. I mean, both of these players are around the 17 to 1800 mark. And so they will struggle with the movement of the cue ball. I don't know whether he can get to that. It looks as if he can't. So this is just a little dink so you don't hook yourself behind the 8 ball. A bit like that. You know, you can see that coming a mile away. And this is where, again, players just have to think about what they're doing. It needed a gentle touch. He's kicked the 4 in, fair enough, but of course, no chance of getting good on the 5. And I think he's hooked himself behind the 9 as well. Well, this is tough to jump over at the best of times, but he's managed to jump it but didn't get the hit. So, ball in hand for Travelling TT. Good evening to Mark. Well, you should have got in, Mark, because it's going to be a short tourney. Mind you, you wouldn't have been in it long. And Jose's turned up. He's turned up late. He'd have been in. Good evening to Bondi. And this is going exactly the way I thought it would go. And this just proves that this game isn't as easy as people think it is. When you see players struggling to string 2 and 3 balls together. Well, this is going to end up the top of the table unless he kicks it in like that. That was well done. Now, just needs to get the 7 and 8 ball. That looks fairly simple to get the first rack on the board. Well, earlier on today, I was watching the match with Ronnie O'Sullivan and Hossein Bafai, the guy from Iran, who obviously thought he had a score to settle. The full story is that back earlier in the season, there was a German Masters qualification tournament for the snooker, and the qualification was a first to 5 frames, and Ronnie O'Sullivan was 4-0 down to Hussein Vafai. Now, Ronnie O'Sullivan obviously decided he just wanted to go home, and he broke the Reds open on the break against Vafai. Vafai hasn't forgotten about it, and earlier on this afternoon, Ronnie O'Sullivan won the first frame. Vafai broke off in the second frame and decided to smash the Reds up, much to the disgust of the commentators and the pundits. Steve Davis wasn't happy about it. Stephen Henry couldn't understand it. And basically, I think Vafai didn't think he could win the match. Now, he played so good in his final session in his first match, he just ended up humiliating himself by doing that. And of course, Ronnie O'Sullivan came in and cleared the table from it. And O'Sullivan is now 7-2 up or something like that. I can't remember. Mind you, it's only 8 frames of play in the first 2 sessions in the race to 13. 6-2, sorry. And Ronnie O'Sullivan will just beat him into the ground. But if he played as good as he played in that second session for Vafai, he could have given Ronnie O'Sullivan a run for his money. But clearly his mind wasn't on doing the job. His mind was on trying to get even for some reason. And he's paid the price for it. I mean, they should actually, in professional snooker, although you're allowed to break off whatever way you want, whether you want to run into the back of the Reds, which we've seen occasionally, smashing them open in a World Championship professional tournament is a bit... well, I agree with what some of the guys said in the commentary. I mean, it's disrespectful as far as entertaining the crowd goes, and actually doing your job as a professional snooker player. So Ronnie O'Sullivan did exactly the same thing against him. Hear what I was saying, Mark? I was talking about what Ronnie O'Sullivan did in the German Masters qualifying tournament. He was playing Vafai earlier on the season. Ronnie O'Sullivan was 4-0 down. It was the first to 5 to see who could qualify for the tournament in Germany. And O'Sullivan smashed the Reds open. So O'Sullivan did it to him. And, Vafai would have had more respect had he not done the same thing to him this afternoon, just to sort of get even. I think that they should make it a rule that if you smash the Reds open like that in a professional tournament, you should lose the frame automatically, and that would cut it out altogether. That's a simple way of sorting it. Regardless of the rule of saying, well, you can break off however you want. Smash the Reds open as a professional snooker player at the with the highest level of players you're going to get in a gathering in any one place is a bit stupid. So I think if they brought in that rule, you can't smash the Reds open like that. You have to do a conventional break, or just go into the back of them. Any other break like that should be outlawed, and you lose the frame automatically doing it. That's what I think. So anyway, Travelling TT's got himself 2-0 in front. Houdini's going to have to jump this 7 ball, I think. Or he can kick it if he can get in the gap. I think he can get in the gap. No, he can't. He's skimmed the 9. So ball in hand for travelling TT. I mean, he could go for the 3 fouls here, the way all these balls are sitting. That's probably the quickest way to win the rack. So the 1 and the 2 ball shouldn't be a problem. It's going to be the big draw up the table for the 3. I think, well, the angle's there to come off the rail, and as long as you don't bump into the 4 ball and don't hook yourself behind the 8, you should be on the 3. Well, that's going the 2 rail way. The danger, of course, was whether you'd end up hooking yourself behind that 8, but he's got away with it. Now, that again, this is about touch. Needs a little bit of left, in my opinion, unless you get it dead weight, pretty much like that. That's not too bad. I would have played for that in the side. Now, this can be stunned down onto the 5 from the short side. Well, it didn't quite go down far enough. But it's an easy shot to duck here on this 5 ball. Right, I'll get the snooker on now. Menu, sport. Oh no, it's on BBC4, isn't it? So it is. I think it's on BBC4 at this time of night. Yeah, I'll just turn the volume down. And we've got Matt Williams in his final session against Luca Brissell, and Brissell is up 9 frames to 7 when they've just started the first frame. Meanwhile, travelling TT could be 3-0 up here if he can cut this 7 ball. Again, got to watch he doesn't overhit this, because he could end up on the low side of the 8 ball. Like that, but if it keeps going, he'll have it into the side pocket. That'll do. And a fairly straight in 8 ball. That mistake has gifted Houdini his chance to get off the mark. And Mark Williams managed to squeeze that red into the middle pocket there. He had to put a bit of side on it round the pink there. That was a good shot. So, interact number 4. Houdini off the mark. 9 ball goes in the break. It'll come back up onto its spot if it can get on its spot. Yes, it can. Now let's have a quick look up top here. Now this is again a little dink into the side. Well, again, there was no control in that cue ball. You've got to try and control the cue ball. He could have dinked it into the side and dropped down onto the 2 into the other side. So the 2-3 combo has to be played gentle as well to keep that 2 ball handy. That was a bit crazy. Absolutely stone wall hooked right in the pocket. Get out of that. So ball in hand for Houdini. A chance to try and get up table and duck behind the 7 ball here. Well, this 2 ball, if it does make the combo in the 5, it's going to go along the short rail. Well, he's trying to squeeze it in past the 5. So now we've got a 7 ball, nowhere near set as a combo with the 9. Again, the basic control on the cue ball. When you're doing nothing with the cue ball, it's simply just going to follow the ball in at that distance. Well, that was a nice little bump on the 7 and 9. And Houdini should be all square here. Again, just needs to roll the 8 ball in and leave that cue ball where it is and pot the 9. Doesn't need to do anything elaborate. Well, Mark Williams has made a big mistake there. He's played a safe off the reds and ran into the blue. I'll tell a lie. It was Luca Brissell that did it. I thought it was Mark Williams. I think the break is dry. I didn't hear anything go in. Oh, the little punch again, if it's just slightly offline in these pockets, they don't go in. Again, trying to squeeze an angle out of nothing there. Loads of top, but just followed the ball in. So ball in hand for a 3-8 combo to get back into the lead. And Chimpy's off and running. 7-0 win against Stefan. And there's a match over in 20 minutes. We're into rack number 6. Again, the break is dry. And a fluke on the 1 ball ends up in the result of being hooked behind a 5. Well, loads and loads of basic errors in this match by two players who are at a level probably pretty similar to one another in terms of ability and a fairly low skill level. I mean, there is an idea of moving the cue ball there from travelling TT, but overhit it. A good chance again to duck away with this cue ball. Use that 4, 8 and 6. He's gone all out for the bank. That was well done. Well, Mark Williams is 42-0 up in the first frame of the night to try and get back to within 1 frame of Luca Brissell. Again, that's overhit. That might go in. And it might be another bank on this 6 ball as well. Don't know whether they can get enough of it to cut it. But he's got the bank stone dead. Well, I knew that was a big mistake when it was Luca Brissell that played the safety off the red. Trying to get back into the ball, ran straight into the blue. And with the reds sitting open, Mark Williams, I think it's on a break of 50 at the moment. No, tell a lie, I think it's, 39? I think he had a few points on the board. But a good chance of a century the way the reds are opening up. Another result through, Spectre Dawn racing through as well against John Boot. 7 racks to 1. Houdini is back in level terms. This match is one of these matches that's going to go all the way and take 40 to 50 minutes to complete. Well, Selby's certainly he's got the pedigree to win it. Whether he's got the staying power, I mean, he will grind and grind, but he might grind himself into a corner in one of these matches. It would be a big bonus for him if he could, because he's not been getting to an awful lot of the business end of tournaments. I think he's won one this season. Mark Allen, I don't know what the final score was in his session, but he was like 11-3 up when I seen the score. So Mark Allen's odds-on favourite to go through against, what do you call him, Stuart Bingham. And he's overdue to go the distance in this tournament as well, Mark Allen. Big come down for Neil Robertson earlier today. He was completely different character from his first match in that first round, because he just blitzed the guy in the first round. But against that Welsh boy Jack, whatever his name is, can't remember, He was 3-0 down. I think he ended up the session 4 frames all, so we'll be happy with that score. Well, I'm watching it on BBC4 on the iPlayer on my phone at the moment. It's on BBC Sport website. It's on the iPlayer, and it's on BBC4 and the normal television. Plus, once their coverage finishes, it's on the red button, because you can obviously watch one match and keep an eye on the other one if you just switch backward and forward. Well, Mark Williams has got a 38-point lead, and Luca Brecel is back in, and all the balls are on. There's one red on the black cushion, which would be the stumbling block to win in this frame, but this will be painful for Mark Williams because he's at a decent lead, but he's 30 points in front at the moment with Brecel at the table on the second last red, and then potting the black just to drop onto this red on the black cushion. The blue's off its spot, but Brecel is, if he pots this red along the rail, he's favourite to pinch this frame, and that'll be a sore one for Williams. And these corner pockets have been fairly generous this year, and he's nailed that, no problem. Well, the pink's on the blue spot and the blue's off its spot, and Mark Williams is going to lose this frame unless there's a big blunder from Brecel. Meanwhile, Travelling TT just needs to come back a touch off this 7 ball for the 8 or kill it stone dead, but again had a slam at it. And this is a gift of a chance now for Houdini. Oh, welcome to Coldest. I think I've seen that name in a lot. Coldest Pillow or something like that, isn't it? That's obviously somebody else under a different name, isn't it? So he's on the blue, and for the first time in a match I think Williams is going to go 3 frames behind. He's going to have to dig deep. So just the black to pinch the frame. Dead easy. He's never going to miss that. And that one has a bit of a sting to it for Mark Williams. So Houdini with the lead. 4 racks to 3. The break was dry. Travelling TT playing the push out. And again, this is a great opportunity to duck that cue ball away up in the corner, send the 1 ball around the table. The one thing that you wouldn't do is if you actually accidentally potted the 1, you'd still have a shot in the 2. And that's going to bank. Another reverse bank in the 2 ball probably. Well, Larry is going to have to deal with the handicap, and that's the danger for Larry in his match, because he obviously plays the winner of one of these 2 players here. Now, that's the only danger for Larry, is the handicap. Other than that, Larry should win out fairly comfortably, because he'll get far too many opportunities, and That's the one thing you don't want to be giving Larry. Good to see him. Well, I presume he's still here. He signed up for it. He wasn't in it last week. Well, I said you would have at least a 40 to 50 minute wait. I mean, there was a match. Okay, it was only 7 racks it was played. Chimpy's match was over after 20 minutes. Less than 20 minutes. But you're always going to get this when you've got 2 guys at this level. You know, they're just hitting balls, basically. I mean, you'll know more than I will, Larry, but I don't think I've ever seen you in the bottom half of a draw in a bracket in Friday Night 9-ball. It must, if you were, it's a rarity. You're usually in the top 2 or 3 spots on the bracket, week in, week out, and I don't know why. Well, in goes the 6, and Houdini can get daylight here. I mean, you've just got to make sure he stays in one half of the table, either the top half or the bottom half, and he's on the 9-ball. As long as he doesn't do this, though. So the money ball stays on the table or gets respotted, and travelling TT just has to pot it with ball in hand. Couldn't be simpler. So back all square. We're going to go all the way with this. It's got all the way written all over it. I'll be surprised if it doesn't. And we're already 35 minutes into this match. And Amy has won her match, or his match, I don't know who they are, against DJ Riru, 7 racks to 4. Well, I'm not sure what was attempted there. Was it trying to get the cue ball in behind the 7? Or play a billiard? I don't know. So ball in hand for Houdini. Well, Amy has a Scottish flag, so A, we don't know if it's a male or a female. We assume it's a female. And we have to assume that she's Scottish. There's a name I've never seen before come into the room, Blackbird. Never seen that one. I noticed that W3N3 is a female. She's I've seen her on the live streams on Twitch, and I think she's South African. So Houdini, just roll the 8 ball in, or kill the cue ball, one of the two, and roll the 9 in to get back into the lead. Well, it's not looking good for Mark Williams because Luca Brisell's at the table. He's got enough reds to choose from here to start putting a decent break together before he starts to try and move something. And he's creeping away from Mark Williams. But that Luca Brisell, I mean that Chinese boy that beat Sean Murphy last night, he pots balls from anywhere on the table. He's got no fear whatsoever. And this Luca Brisell, he's a bit like Jack Lazowski, where he'll pot anything and rely on his potting to get out of trouble, where his positional plays is not as sharp as the top players, and they eventually fall apart at some point in the tournament. And Luca Brisell's very much like that. But if he gets on a roll, I mean, this guy can fly frames through in 10 minutes. And before you know it, you're 4 and 5 frames behind, and that's the threat to Mark Williams right now. First to 13 in the second round matches. Well, second and quarter-finals up to the semis, that is. Well, we've got an 8 and 9 combo here that you can't miss. I've said that right now, you cannot miss that 8-9 combo. The only problem is you've got to go on the 7 so that you're coming back for the 8-9 combo. And that's not necessarily a guarantee. Now see, this shot needs a bit of left English to check the cue ball and come inside. And let's have a look at the line. Well, that line looks fine, just to come back right down to the bottom rail if you want. Well, I left it up there. Now this would make it more difficult because you're playing it at an angle, whereas if you're drawn back down to here, it's a lot easier. But in it goes. So again, back all square. Well, Mark Williams, I think, is back at the table. I don't know what happened there with Brisell, but Mark Williams has got a chance here to win this frame. He's got his first point in the board. He's on the black ball, and he's went into the reds. And he might be unlucky and not be on this red. I think he's maybe nailed to the other red. He thinks he can get it. He needs to get it to try and rescue the situation. Yeah, he's got it. And now Houdini, I think, is going to have to try and duck for cover here. Not that there's an awful lot of great options for ducking for cover the way the balls are laid out here. Because obviously it doesn't go. And Travelling TT's got a 2 ball to start with. Now, I think that I would be trying to squeeze in behind the 4 ball and come out here, because I don't know whether you can hold the line. rather than running on top of the 4, it's hard for me to judge. You know, if you just pot this 2 ball and run forward, you can end up just lying below the 4 with no shot. We'll soon find out. Well, he's played the bank, and he still ended up behind the 4 ball anyway, so either way it didn't work in both sides of that shot. Well, this will be a big fail for Mark Williams at his level if he can't get the job done in this frame, because there's plenty of reds left out in the open. He went into them and brought out 2 or 3. I think, you know, once he picks them off, they'll all go. Pretty much so, yeah. So he's still trailing by 2 points, 25 to 23, but he's looking good at the moment. So the bank played by travelling TT. Now this is a good position to get to the hill here. Now this just needs a gentle roll in. And likewise with the 6 ball. We've got to leave that little angle to get the cue ball out of there though. That might be dead straight. Well, it is straight, but it's easy enough. A bit of draw and or a stun, because you can pinch it with a stun and get up the table. Well, that wasn't a stun. That should have stunned up and opened up the angle in the pot for the 8 ball. It should have stunned up that way. If I can get my lines to work, it should have stunned up that way. But anyway, he's got it done. He's on the hill with the break. And the match is 43 minutes old. And I'll have a quick drink. And the 7 ball has gone in. I think something else went in as well, did it? 2 ball has gone. And a reasonable looking, well I say reasonable looking to get round behind it, it's not that bad as a combo. It's not set, but it's fairly easy to set it. Just get the cut right on that 1 ball, just a little bit on the left side of that 3 and it should go in. He's going to get second prize though. Let's have a quick look and see how things are going here. Through, we've got Amy through, already playing Spectre Dawn. Spectre Dawn not. And well, travelling TT on most normal occasions when we watch Friday Night 9 ball with the higher level players, you would say this match is over, but that's still very much in doubt. Now this needs a little kill. Again, the shot execution, had it been right, you could kill the cue ball to there and play that. What the hell's happened to my lines tonight? Hold on a minute here to get this damn thing to work. Play that 4 into the side and stun down for the 5. We'll look at that for luck. Or is it? Yes, it is. Well, Williams on the final red, but he's got a 42-point lead with only 35 in the table, so he's won this frame. Well, I say that, he's missed the final red, and the red has gone behind the black, and Brusel, or Luca Brusel, can stun this red up the table and try and snooker Mark Williams behind the black. And that's exactly what he's done. He'll be kicking himself again, Williams, here, because although Brusel needs the snooker, he might need two snookers, as a matter of fact, but he's got the first one, and it's not a guarantee he's going to hit this. Because the red's off the cushion, there's plenty of room to miss this red. Meanwhile, Houdini scrapping to survive here, but he's hung the 5-ball. Well, this needs a lot of spin on this 5-ball. And that'll do. Oh dear. Well, what did I tell you earlier, that this was going to go all the way? And we're already 49 minutes into this match. And Houdini, though, needs to get out for the 9, and he's pretty straight on this 8. He needs to get well out. He's going to land on top of it, I think, and that's no good. Well, Williams must have hit that red. He must have got out the snooker. I missed it, but he must have. And he's banked to 9, so here we go, hill. All the way, like I told you. Brusel's got him in another snooker. And Mark Williams has missed a hit in the red. He hasn't left a free ball. Well, that's a brilliant shot. Again, well, I don't know. I don't think he's got the snooker, though. He almost got the snooker again behind the black. He might have. I think he's going to have to try and kick the red. Yes, he is. And Mark Williams in another snooker. Again, an easy kick behind it. And this red's going up over the corner bag. It might go in. Oh, well. Brusel will do well to keep this out of the pocket. And he's potted it, trying to get down for the black. And he's done well to go into the black. And he's got a chance to snooker Mark Williams. The yellow and brown are very close together up the table. And he's got a chance to get a snooker up there. So this frame isn't over yet. Brusel is 37 behind, but he's hit the middle knuckle. And, well, now it's not quite so easy to get a snooker. Meanwhile, back at the marathon. Well, that stun onto the 8 ball has actually worked out nice, because I think the cue ball was going to come off the side rail and back across the table at that pace. And again, just the pace is just almost just too far. It's left a dodgy cut in the 6. These are easy according to Steve. And it was easy, right into the heart of the pocket. And it needs another good one on the 7. They're not getting any easier. But Travelling TT only needs a 7 and 8 ball if he can get it done. And he's got it. Where's the cue ball going? It's fine. So just a roll in the 8, and we've got a match over after 53 minutes. And we're all glad that's over, including the players. So Travelling TT goes through by 7 racks to 6. And I think what we'll do is we'll jump into this match with Amy and Spectre Dawn and have a quick look. Because Spectre Dawn has raced away to a 5-1 lead. And it's about to be 6-1, which she can confidently say when Spectre Dawn's at the table. Well, it's more than likely going to be one of 3 players that are going to win this tonight. Looking at the bracket, you would have to say that Chimpy, Larry or Spectre Dawn are going to win this. That's what it should be in paper. Chimpy, Larry or Spectre Dawn. Welcome to that person with a funny name that I won't even attempt to pronounce. It looks like Weenie, but somebody will type it out phonetically and tell me how to say that. So Spectre Dawn does the inevitable. He's on the hill, 6-1 up. He's broke off. He's potted Amy's money ball, I think, or one of them, and the 8 ball has been respotted, and Spectre Dawn stays at the table. And now he's got to dig into the cue ball here to get away from the 3. This isn't a guarantee, because in fact he could try and get in the gap between the 7 and 9 here. Now he's managed to draw away from it, and that bump in the 5 and the second bump in the 5 has done him a nice little favour. Right, there's 25 points left in the table with the Mark Williams match with Luca Brissell in that frame. There's 25 in the table, and Brissell is 28 behind, so he needs another snooker. It isn't over yet, that frame, but this match is pretty much over. It's Rennie spelt with a W. I don't quite understand that. Yeah, but where does the W come into it, according to Chimpy? Oh, Wenny. Alright, I got you now. But it's pronounced and it sounds like Rennie. Right, I've got you. Anyway, welcome. So Spectre Dawn. Just probably top rail and side rail. Just to drop onto the 9. Welcome to Vertical Liquid. It's going to be a short tourney tonight, with only half the amount of players in it. The shortest Friday night 9-ball for many a long month. So Spectre Dawn inevitably goes through. Amy moves over to the 1 loss side. And Larry, of course, is off and running in his match against Travelling TT. Travelling TT getting 5 and out, which again is just a big danger. So now Spectre Dawn is through to round 4. 1, 2, 3, round 4. Let's just change the update in that. And well, what else have we got in the 1 loss side? Not an awful lot, I don't think. Well, we've no option. We're going to get in and watch Larry against Travelling TT. Well, this match on paper should be 7-0 to Larry. So it's all down to how many mistakes that Larry makes at the wrong time, because 5 and out is a highly dangerous handicap, and a match like this can turn on a sixpence. And Mark Williams eventually won that frame, so he's back to within 2, trailing by 10-8. And there's the type of mistake I was talking about. Larry manages to find a pocket, ball in hand to Travelling TT, and an easy 9-ball to get off to a simple start. That's why you've got to be careful giving 5 and out. And Larry will be kicking himself again. So Travelling TT gets the 1 ball in the break. Hooked on the 2. Now, when I first started looking at streaming and stuff like that a long time ago, there only was, in fact, it wasn't actually streaming. I started off by just doing recordings, and I didn't even have a YouTube channel back then. But there really only was at the time, as far as I know, there was only Fraps that was available, and I hated using Fraps. Because you not only had to record stuff, but you had to do your own compression as well, if I remember, before to make the files smaller, because the files were huge. So I only used it for a little while, and then this thing called Bandicam came out, which I actually purchased, and I have emails going back for years. So I thought the other day there, I would download it again, and I searched for my email from Bandicam with my serial number, and I reinstalled it. And I did a test recording. The recording quality was crap. It was all stuttery, and I just binned it again. So things have come on leaps and bounds, since the likes of Fraps and Bandicam. But now you've got software like the old Gamecaster that I'm using, which does all that compression for you. You can just upload files if you're doing a recording. So live streaming and recording stuff and recording desktop and recording gaming has moved on leaps and bounds over the years. Plus, of course, the PCs have got more powerful. You get a lot more memory and stuff like that, better graphics and things. But for what I use it for predominantly, this old XSplit Gamecaster that I've got is absolutely ideal for VP4 because it's got the on-screen thing that I can do with lines and stuff if I need to, and the streaming quality is usually pretty good with the Gamecaster. Now this is dangerous territory here for Larry. He's gone all out for the bank, and again the only saving grace is that 9-ball, because this would have been another gift of a rack for travelling TT. And he's going to go for the combo. Absolutely nowhere near it. And the 6 balls finished awkward. And any mistake that Larry makes, he's going to pay the price. Because this is the business end of the rack. And he should be okay now though. See, if we had a lot more, if there was a lot more people in disc, I mean, the thing is, if you can't get to watch, oh, that's another fatal mistake by Larry. Not only has he rattled the 9, he scratched the cue ball just to make sure. You've got to laugh. Well, that's Larry get now 2 bruises in his forehead where he's hit his head off the keyboard at the stuff he's doing here. 2 gifts for travelling TT, and he's 2-0 down. Yeah, what I was saying is if you can't find a live stream for the World Championship snooker, you're not trying hard enough. Put it that way. But it's dead easy to stream it on Discord. This is always the danger with giving 5 and out. If you're going to make the amount of mistakes Larry's making, it can get embarrassing. He's given 2 gifts to travelling TT because of it. Well, Larry always likes doing things the hard way. You know, if he doesn't get himself over to the win-loss side first round, he'll do something to make it hard for himself. Oh, by the way, here's a good one. Here's a good one. If you remember, if you were listening to the stream at any time, I think last week, I think it was Friday Night 9-ball, you might have heard me mentioning that I decided to go back and have a game of Sniper Elite 5. And they had done an update, and there was also another mission, a free DLC mission that had come out, so I wanted to try it. And I went on to Steam and I started up the game, and it brought up the Rebellion game developer's logo at the beginning, and then it goes to a black screen and all you see is the trademark banner at the bottom of the screen. If anybody was watching last week, you will have heard me say that that's what happened. And so in Steam, what you can do is you can right click the game in your game menu and check the properties and check your game files, and they'll do a scan on Steam, and if there's any files missing, it will re-download them and install them. So I did all that, and the game still wouldn't work. And then of course you go into YouTube and Google and you try all of the other stuff, and lo and behold, when I checked Steam the other day and I went to the game, I saw a message from the game developers on Steam underneath the game, and I read it, and there is a big bug that's happened with the last update they've done, and the game's now working because Rebellion Interactive tell you to go into the beta mode of the game and put in a beta code to get the game working, but they're bringing out a big patch because there's literally tens of thousands of people on Steam who couldn't play the game because it was bugged because of the last update that Rebellion did, and I was one of them. It wasn't just me, it was thousands of others that had the same problem, which they are looking at a fix for it, a proper fix for it. It's amazing the strange things that happen with games. So it is. It's just weird how things can go wrong very quickly. Because VP4's a testament to that, because whenever Steve does updates, it's not the first time that he does some sort of update that breaks something else. Now, John Boo's gone through against Tourney, 4-0 on that one lost side. And Larry, again, at the danger period in this rack, because he's now on all of Travelling TT's money balls. And surely he's not going to do it again. Needs to keep running. Now is he hampered over the 9? He is slightly. And again, he's making his life difficult. Yeah. And the only thing that Larry can hope for here is that Travelling TT can't bank this 7 ball, because if he does, it's 3-0. Well, Luca Russell is at the table. He's on a break at the moment, early stages, with a 10-8 lead, first to 13. And Larry again has got himself awkward in the 8 ball. And at last he's going to get off the mark. Well, the way Larry's going about it here, we could be as long as that first match. Well, that was almost that line of balls there. The 7 ball slightly out of line, or out of alignment, but there is a frequency of that type of break happening all too often in VP4, where those 3 balls are all sort of lined up at an angle, and the 9 ball's always one of them where it never moves off its spot. And Larry's hung the 1 now. So, 1 ball and 2 ball shouldn't be a problem. The problem is getting from the 2 back to the 3. And that is not bad on the 2 ball. I mean, this just needs a... I think you need to give it a bit of a dig into the cue ball here to just try and stun across and draw across. You might draw into that 5 ball, but he should at least have some sort of sight in the 3 ball. Might be able to avoid it altogether, looking at the angle. Well, this needs to spin around the angles, and it has done. Almost. So just a 3 and 5 ball needed for a 4-1 lead. And Luca Brissell has won this frame. He's on a break of 64. It's looking like a big century coming up. And he's going to be 2 away from the next round. And the cue ball is in a reasonable enough line on this 5 for the 4-1. I tell a lie, it's Larry back at the table. What the hell happened there? Too busy watching the snooker. Yeah, I think the 6 will go. It's clean. Yeah. Usually the thing about that with those balls is very often there's one ball that's stuck against the 9 that will go into one of the side pockets. That's the way it usually finishes. It's strange. I wonder whether it'd be worthwhile asking Steve to take the rack money off just for a change and see how the break works then. I think that might be a suggestion that I might say to Steve, because we've had rack money on in VP Friday Night 9 ball for a long time. I think it might be worthwhile taking it off so the balls are racked in their normal position and the 9 ball's in its normal position, to see if that makes a difference. So rack money is off in the 9-ball ladder. Ah, well, I was just wondering whether it would make a difference. Obviously, what you're saying is it doesn't. And it might be, I mean, now here's a question. The thing is that the ladder doesn't have the brake box on, though, does it? So if it doesn't have the brake box on and it's still braking very similar, it's something weird going on. So Larry's back in level terms. Two ball goes in, and well, a crazy thin cut in the 1 ball. He's trying to duck in behind the 6, and he's fluked, which might have been the 8 ball. I'm not sure. It could have been the 4. I can't see from the colour of the cloth. It was the 4. No, tell a lie. I haven't a clue what it was. Was it the 7? It might have been the 7. But he's lucky. I think he can see the 1. Yeah. Oh, and that little brush in the 8 ball might have just helped him there. Okay, he's still got a dodgy cut in the 3. This is going to be a thin one as well, but again he's really got no problem here because it's off the rail. He's pretty much guaranteed. Well, again, commentators curse. Larry's found a way to miss it. And again, he's sort of got away with it. Well, is he going to drop this into the side or play the cut? How does it look from where he's sitting? Yeah, he's dropping into the side. So Larry escapes there. Now this is across the table twice here. Well, I said it should have been 7-0 to Larry, and by all accounts it should have been, other than the generosity of Larry. So he's now got himself into the lead for the first time. And he's got a ball in the break. Again, the shot to play is into the corner to hold for the 3. The 5 ball is going to be the issue. Friday night 9 ball starts at 7 PM every week, British summer time. That's 2 PM Eastern, 11 AM Pacific. Well, that is pretty straight on a 3. Playing to leave the bank on the 5, and now this is where it can go wrong. He's nailed it, but the cue ball's got away, and he's going to have to play the bank in the 6 as well. Is he going to risk doing a thin cut again? I think the bank is pretty much odds on. Only problem this time is he hasn't got himself on the 7. And remember, all of these remaining balls are all travelling TT's money balls, so Larry's trying to punch this in off the 8 ball, I think. No, well, he's probably played for, I think he played the safety rather than hitting it off the 8. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Big target to hit, plenty of room to jump. With that double kiss there, and this is a horrible position. I think Larry can do nothing other than send this to the top rail. He can't make the cut on it, he's going to scratch. Well, he's went for the other top rail, that'll work. Well, he could have maybe attempted a bank of some description there. I don't know whether he did. But that will work for travelling TT to square the match. The bank on the 7. Well, what was starting as a long wait for Larry is getting longer. He's now going to be feeling the pinch with an ugly table here again, trying to spin that cue ball away to get some sort of shot in the 2. He's rattled the 1, but this time it's gone safe on the bottom rail. But look at that hiding place up the top of the table there. I'd be putting a bit of right on this and try and duck up in that corner. And that'll work. And Larry's now in a whole heap of pain and misery. And Luca Brissell is at the table. And these reds are all sitting pretty good for him. He's going to be one away from the quarter-finals in the World Snooker Championship here against Mark Williams. I think he's going to run this table with the look of it. There's one red that's on the side cushion, but the rest of them are all there for the picking. No, I haven't. No. It's getting better, but ever so slowly. I can say my P's better now, but I've still got the muscle is still not reacting the way it should do on the right hand side, or including my eyelid, because my eye runs a little because it's not blinking in sync with my other eye. But it's a lot better than what it was on that video. But as I say, when I read up on this self-diagnosis thing that I did, this thing can take weeks and months to clear out. Or it said in rare cases it can be permanent. Well, that's life. That's, if it is, it is. So 4 racks a piece here. Travelling TT bumps the 7 away, got a dead straight in 2. Needs to just roll through in this 2 or 3 inches. In fact, you want to be high enough so that you're potting the 3 and then just rolling onto the short rail on the top for that 4. Yeah, but usual thing, when they're tight to the rail, if you keep them tight to the rail going down, it's going to catch that middle pocket jaw. It always does. So we've got a mess up the table here where this 3, 4 and 5 and 6 are sitting. Well, Larry wasn't in Friday Night 9 ball last week, and it definitely shows. It's definitely showing that one way a week from Virtual Pool 4 hasn't done Larry's game any good. It has not done him any good whatsoever. Well, Brissell has missed the cannon on the reds, and that's the end of his visit. And Mark Williams has still got a lead. I thought Luca Brissell would have ran out of that frame. That was a good pot in the red for Williams, but he hasn't landed in the black. And all he's got now is a safety. Still 3 reds in the table, so it's anybody's frame. 2 of them are behind the pink, 1 of them's in the side cushion. And meanwhile, Larry trying to regain the lead here. Now this needs to be bumped in to get that cue ball out in a decent angle in the 7, which he's got. So Larry goes back into the lead. How long is it going to last though? Now just a quick look at the bracket. The next match we're going to be watching is obviously the winner of this match, Respector Dawn, because that's the hot seat match. On the one-loss side, we've got John Boo and DJ Redo going at it. DJ Redo's on the hill, 3-2 up. Stefan's waiting on the loser of the match we're watching coming through. And Chimpy is waiting on the winner of this one. No, I got that wrong there. I said Spectre Dawn was waiting in the winner. No, he's waiting in the winner of the Chimpy match. I totally ignored Chimpy in the bracket there. Well, Larry almost potted that 7-ball there by mistake. He's got the snooker, or he's got the hook, as you call it in pool. But had that 7-ball went in, he'd have been in trouble. So, Travelling TT escapes. Larry's got the cut in the 2. It's going to have to be a 3-7 combo. He just needs to make sure that he doesn't run into anything. He's got loads of room to get back up the table here. He's checking the cue ball to make sure he comes in the middle of the table. Had he not put that on it, he would have been running over towards the 9. And he then have been sitting awkward. So now again, just a little dink. Keep the 3-ball there. And the only real problem is getting from the 4 to the 5. Now, this is a wee bit tricky. He's got to watch the side pocket here. He's got to watch the side pocket, and he's took the risk, got away with it. And now he's got one of these little testy cuts. Doesn't want to finish top side of the 6. Got to get the pace right, and he's fine. So Larry on the hill. Into rack number 11. And the ball has gone in the side. Cue ball almost went into the corner. 1 ball has gone into the side. So that's a left side break again with a 1 ball. Don't think you can see the 2 though. Well, Larry won't worry about that because the 3 ball's going nowhere fast. Well, Mark Williams is going to win this frame. He's on the last red, which I think he needs to seal the frame. To get back to within 2, he'll be 11-9 behind. Luca Russell still needing 2 frames. Good to see Jan Verhaas still refereeing. I think he's the... I don't know what you call the head of the referees, but I think that's what his job is now. He's like the main man as far as the World Snooker Association referee team goes. And Mark Williams on the colours, but it's all over this frame. He's just going through the motions. Larry isn't quite over the line yet. Plenty of room to get on the 7, so really again there shouldn't be a problem here. Well, he's come down on the short side because I think he had too much angle on the 6. I think that's them away for their mid-session interval, yep. So they'll be back. And Larry goes through eventually. So now we've got the match between Larry and Chimpy, and that room will be up already and we'll get in. This may well be a scratch match between these two. No handicap, I don't think. And after all that hanging around, you'd have thought Chimpy would have been desperate to get into the room and get on with it. He's keeping Larry waiting. Well, here we go. So Larry on the right hand side. Well, Chimpy's got more weight on it. I think he's won the lag. Yeah. And, oh, there is a handicap. Chimpy's getting the last two, but again, it doesn't really matter about the last two, I don't think, at this level. Again, they're both over 2,200 and there shouldn't be any handicap at that. Well, I mean, I've always argued that with Steve. Oh, that's, what's his name? If anybody's watching BBC4, that's him on the right hand side, that comedian. I can't remember his name. Joe, is it Joe somebody, him that's always usually in that, Joe Wilkinson, that's who it is. Who the hell's she with the hair? I don't know who the other guy is, but I know who Joe Wilkinson is. Well, Chimpy has the problem of getting on the 7 ball, and well, he had to go on the 6 ball first of all, and that's no good. And it's, I mean, the bank is on, but how is he going to get a shot in the 7? Where's the cue ball going? Well, Larry's turn to get a gift. And again, Larry's trying to make it as difficult as he can. He's got himself square in this 9 ball. These are horrible. But in it goes. Trying his best to throw away his gift here. And that definitely sounded dry. And here's a table crying out to be run out, but again it's not quite as guaranteed to get on this 3 ball with the balls that are sort of surrounding it. These balls are in an awkward spot and it's very easy to hook yourself. Trying to come down on a line avoiding the path of the 8 ball, which he's done. And I think he's got a very slight angle just to stun out. No, he wants to just run forward. Yeah, he's just running forward. See, everything's now at distance. And it's going to be at distance on this 5 ball, but you've got to get up table for that 6. David Earl, never heard of him. I don't know who he is, and maybe he's a comedian as well. Watch the side pocket on the right hand side here. I don't think you can go forward with this. And he's well away from the side pocket, got a nice little nudge in the 9. Well, the other match that was on tonight, while I'm watching the Mark Williams match, is a match with Robertson and Jack Jones, the Welsh boy. That's him showing highlights of their match during the mid-session interval. Uh-oh, and Chimpy has gifted another rack to Larry. I've never known the Dutch to be so generous. So Larry has 2 gifts, completely opposite to his last match where Larry was giving out the gifts. And I think that's dry as well. Little feather edge of that 1 ball. Now, had that cue ball missed the 6, it could have been really ugly there. There might be just a tiny edge of that 1 ball showing. There is. But this isn't a bad result. That'll do. Well, this is trying to kick the 1 at the back and push the 1 up the table, but it's the cue ball that's come up and got up the table. This time though, the cover isn't there. And again, Larry's got to go 2 rails here to come back over this side where the 1 ball is so he can see the 2. And just got to get into the cue ball a wee bit as well, which he's done. Well, this is just jack up and come back a little bit, unless he wants to leave the 3 ball long. Yeah, he's going to do that. Now, how good is that for getting on the 4? Well, he's going to come back this time. Even if he bumps the 6 ball, well, he's well away from it. Now, the only danger now, of course, is the 8 ball. Now, you can make sure of that by just rolling through to here. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Well, there you go. Commentator's eye. Well, that's the way the handicap it's the way Steve's got it set. But I've always argued the case that players that are over 2,200 in the ratings, there shouldn't be any handicap. It's just the fact that Larry's got 2,300. But it makes no difference between these two. None whatsoever. And the fact that it's the last two doesn't really make a difference either, because both of these guys are going to run tables when the balls are there to be potted, most times. All it's really doing is doing us a favour that the rack's over quicker when Chimpy's at the table. He just doesn't have to pot the 9 ball, or whatever second last ball there is. Well, the last one's always going to be the 9. So, Larry 3-0 up. Ably assisted by Chimpy. And again, Larry is coming up dry. And this time, Chimpy's got a good sight in the 1. Now, does he want to try and come around on the short side of the 2, or does he want to try and straighten the cue ball up and leave a 2-6 combo? He would need a fair bit of right English on it to try that. He looks as if he's trying to come across into the gap like that. Now, I'd be trying to come up into the middle of the table here for this 3 ball, so it's easier to get onto the 4. Well, he's tried to leave this 3 ball long. That's not the shot I would have played. To me, I would have been trying to get back on the top side of the 3 to play at the side, make it simpler to get onto the 4. I'll be back in a minute. Oh dear, I just got back in time to see that one from Larry. And this 8 ball is no gimme. That is nailed to the rail, I think, pretty much. And that's why they're so difficult. You've got to get them pure for them to hug that rail and go in. If you just get the hit on that 8 ball too soon, you're just bumping it on the rail and it comes out and it won't hold the line. But Chimpy's almost got away with it. And he has done. Larry didn't get the jump, so just roll the 8 in, and Chimpy's eventually got off the mark in a roundabout way. Well, a couple of balls have gone in. How's the luck in the one ball? Not too bad. And Chimpy should be off and running here. Well, just a little drop in dead weight, I think, unless he wants to run up the table and come back down. So the only thing to avoid then is the hook on the 7, and he's fine. Just. So, second rack on the board for Chimpy. Back in touch. And the ball goes in, the 6 ball goes in as well. And no easy shot in the 1, but a good opportunity to hide this cue ball if he wants. I mean, the 2 ball's awkward where it's sitting, and it's just as easy to play a decent safety here. Well, he's went all out for the cut, and he ended up hooking himself behind the 9. To me, the safety shot was a lot easier. So Larry has a possible bank on the 1, but again, he's going to have to play some shot to get on the 2, and he's decided he's trying to keep it safe. Well, it would have been a lot better shot if he hadn't bumped to 4. And again, Chimpy has a chance to get a decent safety, and there's no real value in banking this 1 if you can't see the 2. And he's played it dead weight, and that was well done. Of course, now the 4 ball is blocking the path of the 2, so he should be nailing the cue ball to the 7. Which is what he's done, although it's not dead tight, and Larry's managed to get the jump working this time. Got to get them really tight to prevent these jump cues working. And that's just bounced out a bit too far for comfort here. Should still get it. And that match with Mark Williams and Luca Russell is now getting back underway. Williams trailing by 2 frames. Luca Russell 2 frames away from the next round, and putting the 3 times world champion out of the tournament. So Larry stretches the lead again. Well, all the balls moved nice enough, but nothing's went to a hole. Well, that was not a great shot. I don't know whether the idea was to try and somehow spin that cue ball in behind the 3 and 9, but I don't know that the angle really was handy for doing that. And he's just left Larry a free go here. And there isn't really a problem. I mean, you get onto this 4, you stay bottom side of the 5, take it into the side, and you're on the 6. So this rack should be over. Now, he's finished dead straight on this 5. He just needs to nudge it in dead weight, and that will do. Now, do we know if the well, there's a result through. Travelling TT's taking Stefan out. You'd be getting a handicap in that match as well. He's beating him in a final rack decider. Does anybody know if the snooker's full yet? With only the one spot that was there. Of course, there's one way of finding out. Hang on a minute. I'll just do that right now. /SB for show banners. In fact, somebody's withdrawn. There's now 2 open seats, so that's weird. There was one according to what the guys were saying earlier, but now there's 2. So is that semi-pro bailed out again, I wonder? Who's withdrawn? Maybe is Barker's withdrawn because he was playing crap. Oh Jesus, the camera's all over the place. Well, semi-pro signed up with, I think he said he withdrew, then he signed up again, so I don't know who's withdrawn. Maybe if somebody looks at the list of players in the tournament, they could maybe tell us who it is. Well, Mal signed up, maybe he withdrew. That's the sort of names to look out for, because if Mal and semi-pro's not in it, they were in it, and they're withdrawn again. Well, little combo with the 4-7. Now, how's this 6 ball looking? I think it goes past the 9. It goes into the side, obviously. And he might just come back to take it in the side. I mean, he could just roll through and leave it long, but you're sort of, you don't get the right angle. You're dangerously near that 9 ball, and that's the right shot. That was the way to make sure you avoid anything silly like that happening. And Luca Russell is back in again, and he's got reds there to choose from. And meanwhile, Larry is going to be 1 away from the hot seat match against Spectre Dawn. break. Looks dry, and the yawning started again. Bearing in mind I've got no work to go to tomorrow, but I'm still up early in the mornings regardless. Well, this is a testy little cut down the rail. Got to be on the 3. Oh no, it didn't. It went into the side. I wish I'd turned the camera around and looked at that. That looked tight into the side, but that was well done. Oh dear. He's hung the 4 and he's got away with it. And I think Larry's going to have to come around the other side of the 7 and kick this up and down. Is he going to try and jump over that? He's going to have to cut it in because he could follow it straight in if he done that. He's got to go up and down. And that's hampered by the 7. And this 4 ball, this cue ball could easily just go around the jaws. Well, he's caught it nice. How's the result? And he can't see the 5. He's going to have to jump this as well. Now he needs to get some luck here. I don't think he's got it though. Well, Matt Williams is back at the table. I don't know what happened there. Luca Brissell must have missed a red into the corner. Matt Williams got a horrible red at distance. And he's missed it, and he's followed it in. Ball in hand for Luca Brissell. He was pretty much dead straight in that long red. But if Luca Brissell could knock in the long red again with ball in hand in the D, he could finish this frame off and be 1 away. Well, he played a shot to nothing. Anyway, as I look back at the screen, Larry's missed another 8 ball. That was it pretty much for the match, because he was on the 9, and Chimpy lives again, because he only needs the 8 ball. Eight ball goes in this time. And the cue ball thought about it as well, but he's on the 1. And the only problem ball is a 7, which again looks fairly close to the rail. It's off the rail. I would much rather be where the cue ball is now to pot that 7 ball than playing it from the top end of the 7 ball, because again you're messing with that side pocket jaw. I'd much rather play it into the top right hand corner pocket as we look. Oh, what's he? It's all, I mean, I think he's left himself just slightly the wrong angle in this 4 to run it through, so he's going to have to cut it in the side now. So now it's all about how he finishes on the 6 as to how good he's going to get in that 7 and whether he's going to be able to get on the bottom end of this 7 ball. It's much easier playing that 7 ball from there than it is playing it from there, because this here is the problem every time you'd have to do that. And he's getting top side of it, and that will do, because it's just a stun up the rail. It's comfortably off the rail to play this at the nice pace to get the cue ball just out. Well, he's He didn't need to do it. I forgot about last two again. That's the first time tonight I forgot about the handicap. Well, something went in again this time. Something went in the side. And, well, the shot in the one is there. Chimpy back to within two. And a good chance here if this one ball goes in and he can get on the two to get it back within one. Mark Williams is back at the table. And Luca Brissell is getting put back in because he never hit one of the reds, so Mark Williams has him in trouble. He's got him stuck right behind the brown. He's played it well. Oh, he just played it well this time, but he's left a red on, and Mark Williams has got a great chance now to pot the red with a nice angle to get out onto the black and get off and running and get back to within one if he can. Loads of pressure on him now though. Meanwhile, Chimpy chasing down Larry. Almost really good in the 8, not quite though. But in it goes. Now, all you're looking for is a ball and a shot. Well, he's got the first part of it. He's got a ball. And, well, he's got a sight in the one. And the two ball is in a spot where if you get a hold of the cue ball, now I don't know whether, see the angle's not great on this one to hold for the two. And he was hoping he got a lucky roll there and it didn't work out. Well, the bank is on. Got to get the cue ball running though to get out onto the 3 though if he's playing the bank. He's decided against it. Probably a wise move because that's got Larry in a whole heap of trouble. Although there might be a chippy edge of the two. Now, has he hit a rail? Yes, he has. Now, has that hit a rail? I think it has. I think the 5 ball just caught the rail. Now, once again, it needs to be a deft touch here. Just enough of the 2 ball showing. Is he going for the bank? Yes, he is. He's going to finish up in that spot again in the 3 ball. It's squarish, but he should be on the 4. Now, this 5 ball isn't dropping into the side pocket, I can guarantee you that, because that is horrible. That is not a pretty place where the 5 ball's sitting. But he's got himself spot on it, and he's just got to be careful with the jaw again. Nothing to do with the cue ball other than pot the 5. He's going to be on the 6 and should have the angle to drop onto the 8. And that will do. It needs to bounce. So this 8 ball, and we're going all the way. Hill, hill. Well, the one person that won't be in the Virtual World Snooker Championship is Keith. The guy with the number plate name Bite Me. Because he's used to get shoulder operations. I don't know why, but I was reading that on his Facebook the other day. So he's going to be laid up for a while. Apparently he used to get 2 shoulder operations. So I don't know what he's done to himself to end up having to have that done. Bear in mind that his VP4 wasn't working properly either, so that's another reason he wouldn't have been in it. I think he's given up the ghost in VP4 in terms of getting it working properly. Tony Sam has signed up for it. He might be somebody that's signed up and withdrawn from it, because he only ever turns up out of the blue. Snooker's very much his game, but he's just not around playing it anymore in VP4. So he might have withdrawn. That's a name that is either going to be in it or he might have changed his mind. The big question is who has changed their mind and withdrawn. That's a good shot. Nice little breakout there. Well, again, it's just a little dink. He wants to bump the 5 ball here if he can, but he's gone into the gap anyway, so that'll work. He made sure he took evasive manoeuvres to get around the corner now. Now again, out behind the 9 ball here and out into the table high enough to be comfortable on the 5. That would be my route. Well, he's gone straight. Whatever way he does it, he's just high enough. That's where you want to be. And Mark Williams is back to within 1. He's 11-10 behind. And meanwhile, Larry with just the 3 remaining balls. Not a problem. Just got to pot the 8 ball and get over on the right hand side. Out into the table, and he's got plenty of angle to work with and a wee bit of spin if he needs to. And that will do. So Larry is going through to play Spectre Dawn in the hot seat. Or for the hot seat, I should say. So, Chimpy moves over to the 1 lost side. He's going to be coming up against some hefty handicaps, I would imagine. And Larry about to start his match. We'll have a quick check on that. So now we've got Travelling TT playing Amy, and we've got Chimpy playing DJ Redo. And again, it's only race to 4 on that side. It's what score is that? Travelling TT's. Oh, Amy's 3-2 up, I see. Right, so the room is up between Larry and Spectre Dawn. We'll get in. And we're just in time. We've got Larry on the right hand side, lagging off. It's a scratch match, no handicap. Tony Sam's still in it. Yeah, Keith's definitely not going to be in it anyway. But like I said, I don't know why he's needing 2 shoulder operations, but he'll be out of the game for a while, by the sounds of it. Yeah, Tony Sam signed up yesterday. But clearly somebody has taken their name out of the list. But there's still, what, like, almost, 24 hours? It could still end up full. Well, Larry's looking more rusty than he normally does, but for the fact he didn't play Friday Night 9-ball last week. Now, does that 3-ball go in the side pocket? Let's have a quick look. Yes, it does. And Mark Williams is in straight away here in frame number 22. Although he is nowhere near good in his next red, I'll tell you that straight away. This is a dodgy one. Inspector Don is just going to do the business here. Oh, no sooner have I said that than he's hung the 6. Now, this time Larry can just tweak the edge of that 6. He doesn't need to hit this hard, he only needs to get out behind the 9 so he can leave the cut in the 7. But he's played the bump in the 9, that'll do it. And now nothing to do with the cue ball other than pot the 7. The cue ball's going to end up over here. Oh, he's overcut it. And again, it just shows you how easy it is to lose your touch. Larry's probably been more than 10 days away from VP4, and it's definitely showing. Oh, now look at Russell's back at the table. I don't know what happened there. Oh, that's a good pink. And these reds are all sitting at his mercy here. Inspector Don is eventually getting himself over the line. Well, this is dry. Now it's going to have to be a 4-6 combo. And the other thing is, it's not quite as easy to get out onto the 2-ball. There could be collisions here that you're not necessarily want. Well, he's avoided the 6, and that's well done. But the trouble is ahead here. He's going to have to either play a cut up the rail on this 4-ball, which is not necessarily going to be that reliable, or try and go on the top side of it to play this combo. And he's stuck himself in the most awkward position. He's nailed to the rail, and he's pretty nice straight in on this 3-ball. He's got a very slight angle he can pinch, and not a lot he can do. And of course, the inevitable has happened. He's ended up stuck behind the 7. Well, that was a well played shot. That was a good recovery shot. A cracking little jump. But he's making life hard for himself. No sooner do I say that then the inevitable happens again. He rattles the 5 ball. It's gone to an awkward spot though. This isn't a gimme. Well, if ever you want proof about table time being an effect in your game, because I know how I feel when I go to play 9 ball, because I don't play it hardly at all. I certainly don't play in any challenge rooms or anything. My focus on my days off is cowboy. Where's this cue ball going? I think it's going to stay up. But if you're away from the game for any length of time, you've got to find your feet again. It's just not an automatic thing that you're going to take time off and come back and you're going to hit the ground running. Well, Amy's gone through the final rack decider against Travelling TT. Spectre Dawn is 2-0 up, and I think he's come up dry. And he's left Larry nothing. Larry's looking at the 1 ball cut onto the 7 there, I think, for a second. Oh, he's got the cut in the 1. How does this look in the 2? It's got to be the bank. Needs to keep the cue ball in the table, avoiding the hook behind the 6. He's done that well, so now I think he's only got one choice. He's got to go up table, unless he checks this big time to try and leave a cut up the table. He's checking it to try and hold the cue ball off that rail. Well, he's come inside. I thought for a second there he was going to drop that in and try and play the cut up the table in off the 7. But he's got himself as good as you'd ever be on this combo. And that was well done. Now, of course, now that Larry's got the 6 ball, he has to be playing this 7 ball where he's not interfering with the 8. That's the main objective here, because if you start bumping the 8, anything can happen. And he's not going to be able to avoid that. And now he just has to hope he gets the right bounce. And that'll do it. Mark Williams back at the table. He's all square, 23 points all. He's got work to do though. This isn't a frame winning opportunity to square the match. He's going to have to get 1 or 2 cannons here to bring some reds into play. Although where he's finished now actually looks pretty good. Anyway, back to the matter in hand. We've got Larry off the mark, and that's looking dry as well. And of course, whenever that happens, Larry's left Spectre Dawn plumb on the 1 ball, and he can wave bye-bye to this rack unless there's another unforced error from Spectre Dawn, which you would think the way this table's sitting, it's very unlikely. I'm wanting this tournament to be over so I can catch the end of the snooker, but I'll just make do with what I've got. I'll just keep my eye on it in my phone, and that'll do it. So we are, what, 2 hours 22 minutes into this week's tourney, and of course with all the players that are missing, it's destined to be over a lot quicker than normal. It certainly won't be 4 hours, I can guarantee that. The Mark Williams gets the little cannon and the 3 reds that were next to the pink, and he's looking very good here to square the match. So Mark Williams had gone 3 frames behind, but it's looking pretty much a certainty that he'll be all square here. He's what's he on? He's on 50 and Brusella's on 23, I think it is. So Spectre Dawn with a 3-1 lead. And again, it looks dry. I thought that 8 ball was going to bump the 7 there, but it definitely sounds dry. And Larry, of course, doesn't have a shot on the 1 ball, I don't think. I don't think he can get enough of it. Nope. And that was the worst safety that you'll see tonight, apart from some of the ones we saw earlier. I don't think there was any safeties in that first match, but that was the worst one of the night by what you would term a veteran player, a seasoned player in virtual pool, trying to punch the 2 ball around the table there, I think, but it collided straight in with the 4, I think. And it's gifted Spectre Dawn a chance to stretch away. Don't jinx who. I don't know when you typed that, Mark. I've just read it. I don't know who you were talking about. Well, Mark Williams is 30. He's 31 in front. The blue will take him 36 in front with just 35 in the table. So he's just going to thin edge off the red and run for cover into bulk. Unless he can stun the red up the table and drop behind the black. But we will be all square here. Yeah, he just bumped it into bulk. So that, and Brussels has conceded the frame, so this match could be going all the way. 11 frames apiece, first to 13. And meanwhile, Spectre Dawn in this first to 7 is only 3 away. And Chimpy survives on the 1 loss side. He's gone through against DJ Redo. 4 racks to 1. Well, it's looking pretty much like I predicted. It's either going to be Chimpy, Larry or Spectre Dawn that win this tonight. Unless somebody can really get the use of their handicap. But I don't think there's many left now. Because obviously one of these guys is going to end up over there on the 1 loss side. It's looking likely that it's going to be Larry at the moment. 2 ball isn't going anywhere fast. And not a great shot in the 1 either. Well, that was actually probably a perfect position to try and play the little billiard off the... looks a bit tight. But I think you could have played a little thin edge of that too and still knocked that 8 ball in. That's why he went for the bank. And I think that might be pretty decent as well. Oh, there's barely an edge of that 1 ball showing. Well, he's out with the jump stick, is he not? Yes, he is now. I think that's a double kiss there. Well, the one ball clean goes, so this is Larry's chance to at least get control of the table, but Larry's looking at the two, and I think the only shot on is the billiard on this 2-8. I think if you were, well, the only other thing that's interfering with that now is the 6 ball. 6 ball's now made life a lot more difficult. Now, let's have a look. Yeah, Larry's going to play the billiard off the 2 onto the 8. And he could end up getting a double kiss here and having no shot in the 2. Well, I don't know what he tried there, but it certainly wasn't a billiard. He'll take the end result though. Maybe he didn't think he had enough room. Oh, Mark Williams you're talking about. No, I don't want to jinx him, no. Oh, Williams has missed the first attempt in a red. And Luca Brissell has potted the red and went into the reds. I don't know why. He's only got a safety shot on now. He'd no sight of a colour at all. He's trying to play this. That's a great shot. That he actually hit the green. So Mark Williams has been reprieved. He's back at the table. And Larry at the table. I think he's got himself a bit straight in this 5 ball. He's going to have to punch it in, get some action in the cue ball. And that'll do, as long as he doesn't scratch. Well, Matt Williams is looking at like a 3 or 4 ball plant in the pack of reds here from distance. Or maybe he's just looking to make sure he doesn't knock a ball over the pocket. We're about to find out. And Larry's going to get back to within 2. Something definitely went in. The 2 balls going into the side as well. And the 7 ball gets out the way. Well, that will cut into the side, but it would be great if you could cut this into the side and somehow end up with a 3-9 combo. But I think you're relying on a fair bit of luck for that to happen. Well, he dragged all the pace off the cue ball. I mean, it's not the best angle to be playing it, but there's a very strong likelihood this is going in. And Larry will be back within 1. Oh, he's had a lash at that, and it was the 9 ball ended up nowhere near the pocket. And I don't know whether he can get that clean. I think that's right on the top of the 6 ball, that cue ball. That is right on the 6 ball. And he's trying to tweak it. Yeah, he has done, but the problem was he didn't get enough of the 3 ball. Well, this is another one where you've got to get the right control on the cue ball here. I think he's just going forward to come out. At the moment that looks like what he's doing. And that'll do it. So Larry's chasing down Chimpy to just one, not Chimpy, I don't know why I called him Chimpy, Spectre Don, I think because I saw Chimpy's name in the notice there with that result. I think that's what it was. That and the fact that I'm half asleep. That's a usual excuse this time of night. It looks like another dry one. Well, again, this is no good on the one ball. Again, he can easily duck for cover here off this one. Let's have a look. Yeah, he can overcut that one. He can overcut the one by the 5, send it to the short rail and duck for cover. He's going the other way to cut this in. And that was well done. Now he needs to get a roll of the ball. And he's got that as well. That was well done. Going all out for it, Larry. He might be finding his feet at the right time here. Right, see you later, Mark. Thanks for joining us. Well, that's loads of room up and down the table to get back in the 7. He's just trying to check it up, and again at that pace, trying to check up the cue ball. It just tweaks it. You know, you have to then obviously compensate for the squirt in the cue ball, and he hasn't done it, and almost got away with it. Larry's got a thin cut. Oh dear, and he's found right into the side pocket. Inspector Don breathes again. You've got to laugh, Larry. You can't do anything else about it. So from almost being all square, he's back to 2 behind and running out of racks. And Luca Brissell has the table at his mercy to get to within 1 of the next round against Mark Williams. Looking at it, he's already got a healthy lead of about 33. And yet another dry break. And of course, Larry's not got a shot. He's hampered with a 6. He's this is really ugly. He's trying to line up. I think he's trying to line up the jump over the 4 and 5 to get the edge of the 1. But it's probably the worst type of spot here. I don't think he can get the jump stick in there to play the jump. He's just playing the push out. So Brissell with a 56 points to 0 lead in rack number 23, frame number 23. He's all but over the line, and Mark Williams is going to have to win the next one to take it the full distance and to survive in the tournament. Oh, good evening to Slim. Yes, we did. I was watching it live at the time. I'm just glad that, well, it didn't matter what it was they put in the cloth, because although they vacuumed it all up, it wasn't deemed playable. So the cloth was always going to get changed that night anyway. They change it every 3 days during the tournament, so they changed the cushions and the cloth. And so the only thing it did do was cancel that session, which was finished yesterday morning. Spectre Dawn trying to get to the hill, and if he can get on this 4-ball good enough, he should be able to. Well, we only had about 8 or 9 people in this Friday night 9-ball this week, Slim, so there's a fair few people missing. And Spectre Dawn has hung the 3. Is he going to spin out far enough for Larry? Not really. I'm going to get round here. Yeah, he's going to have to make sure he gets right on that knuckle. And he's hung the 3 again. Would you believe it? And Spectre Dawn is getting let off the hook here. But he's getting a roll of the ball as well, it has to be said. Oh, did you withdraw from the tourney, Slim? We were wondering who it was that had signed up, and because there was only one spot left earlier on tonight. So the little draw shot onto the 7. You heard a mute. I heard a mute, by the way. What does that mean? You got to remember, my brain's only working at half the power it normally does, which isn't an awful lot at this time of night. No, no, I'm watching. I'm keeping my eye on the snooker and what's happening. Oh dear, he's missed the red into the side pocket. It ran around the rim. It ran around the edge of the pocket and out. And Russell is in again, and he's got that red over the side pocket. He's on the black. Well, Chimpy's gone home for the night. Amy has beaten him in a final rack decider. And meanwhile, Spectre Dawn on the hill, just to 8 and 9 to send Larry over to that one lost side. And I would think Larry's in danger again with a hefty handicap in a minute or two. So Spectre Dawn through to the final yet again. And he's going to have to wait for this match, which won't be that long, because Larry's just going to be heading straight into that room against Amy. So this is going to be our first chance to see what Amy's like. Well, look at Russell's visit is all over, because he stuck the cue ball on the reds. So we've got Larry on the right, Amy on the right hand side. Now, she's a 1957 player, so she's getting 7 and out. Larry wins the lag, so we'll get a chance to see what sort of level she plays at, or he plays at, whatever they are, or whoever they are. They do have a Scottish flag, it has to be said. And we're going to get a chance immediately to see what standard she's at. The 5 ball goes up table past the 9. It's obviously not a combo with the 9 into the side, it's nowhere near that. So here's the first test to get over onto that 5 ball. And that's pretty good. Now I wonder if the angle will allow her to run into this 9. Yeah, and that will do as well. So, first blood to Amy, and of course it's only race to 4, so this could be over very quickly. But I think Amy's come up dry. Larry's got a shot in the 1, and the table is wide open for him to get back on level terms immediately here, which he should do. He's just the wrong side of the 1. So he's just going to leave it as it is. Got a nice angle to get back into the table for the 3. So there, again, really shouldn't be any problem. That's a great pot by Luca Brissell. Right behind the pack of reds where the black is, and he cuts the red at the corner of the pack right up the table into the baulk pocket. That's a cracking red. Well, he's got an 18-point lead at the moment. He's got another testy blue at distance. And Amy, well, is looking a reasonable enough player from what I've seen so far. And only needs this 7 ball to be 2-0. Couple of balls, one in either side pocket. The 1 ball was one of them that went into the left side again. But no great shot in the 2. The 2 doesn't cut past the 6, not enough room. It cuts into the side. It cuts into the side and the cue ball, well, she's actually digging in here. So Larry has his chance. Got to take it though. And again, can't afford an error as you get to these money balls. Well, just a straight draw off this. Now, not hampered over the 9. Well, it looks as if Luca Brissell is going to do it. He's got 5 reds to work around here. And it's not looking good for Mark Williams. This is all over, I think. Well, Larry on the board. Yeah, it's all over now. He's broke out the 3 reds. And there's 4 reds there wide open to win the match. Yep, he's put Mark Williams out, 13 frames to 11. Just going through the formalities now and cleared up. So back all square. And the handshake. So Mark Williams is gone and Luca Brissell moves through to the quarter-finals. Well done to him. So Amy at the table with a cut in the 2, just trying to drop it in and stay on the 3. And the 4 ball will go in past the 5. It's a big pocket with the 5 ball sitting there, so just a matter of getting on the 4 and using that 5 ball. But it'd be handy if you didn't use it at all, because that way it makes it just simple to drop through onto the 5, so the 5 ball doesn't get away, and that's went in clean, and that's perfect. Well, Mark Williams wasn't looking as consistent as he has been. You know, he's had a lot more misses in this tournament. He wasn't stringing it together quite as much. He wasn't scoring as heavy, and that's why he's going home. So Amy getting 7 and out. 4 ball right in the middle of the table. And should be out here and should be in the final. Make sure you read that right, Slim. There's only 2 teams in it. The other list at the bottom is all the players who want to be in it, who don't have a team. That's when you look at that, you think it's a team, but it's not. There's only 2 teams in it, and all the other players are players who've added their name. I'm one of them. I added my name. Well, how did Amy miss that? I was too busy reading that chat there. And Larry is going to get hill here. Well, she obviously missed the 7 ball because that was for the match. Oh, Bankster created a team, did he? Now, the way I read it, I think it's played on a Sunday night, UK time at 7 PM. Now, when it comes to October, that's going to go to 8 PM, which is no good for me. That's getting on too late with however many matches there's to be played. Well, Larry plays the push out. Well, I'm sure Larry thought he was dead and buried there. Luca Brissell now getting his interview. Well, Larry trying to duck up table here. He's got to be careful with this if that's what he's trying. Is he trying to play the combo or is he trying to cut the 2 up the table? I don't know what he's doing here. He's trying to duck. That'll do it. Well, even with having half the field in the tournament, we're still just short of 3 hours. But that was mainly due to that first round match, which was like 50 minutes. Oh, that 6 ball gets bumped over in front of the 4. I think it's left as a combo. Well, it couldn't be set any better for a combo. Larry's given it a good look, and he's decided against it, because obviously now it's at the business end of the rack where Amy's got the 7 and out. This 4 ball will cut. There's a good attempt at it, but it's now in play, and Larry's got to get up the table. Play the 5 into the same pocket, 6 up top, you would think. But needs to get that decent angle. Now if he can bump the 8 ball with the cue ball, or go like that angle there, that's perfect. That's perfect. Now just a little dig in and come back out into the table. Well, you can dink this in dead weight, but it's just as safe to go 2 rails. But don't finish inside the 9 too far. Oh dear. It's one of them. Should get it though. But just got to get hold of the cue ball to stop it leaking away into the corner pocket. So Larry goes through. So it's Larry and Spectre Dawn in tonight's final. It's a good run in the tournament for Amy, whoever he or she is. So well done to him or her. And yeah, it is. So it's 2 of the 3 that are predicted that could win the tournament tonight. Is it 21 weeks? Yeah, well that's going to go on into the new year, isn't it? So in we go, we're waiting on the players arriving. I'm just going to switch over to that other match because the snooker coverage is now finished, so I'm going to find it on the iPlayer. Hang on a minute. If we can get the damn thing to work, that is. That's better. Menu and sport. Well, that other match must have finished. Well, no, it isn't. It's on there. The match with Neil Robertson and Jack Jones. Well, Jones is now 8 frames to 5 in front. The boy's doing well. So Larry's waiting, Spectre Dawn's hanging off as usual. Right, so we've got Spectre Dawn on the right hand side, Larry on the left, the lag for the break. Race to 9, no handicap. And well, it's ended up in a lot closer than I thought it would be there, but Spectre Dawn wins it. Off we go. We're just gone 3 hours. Now, if that boy's 8-5 up, that means that we've got another 3 frames to play tonight, so I might get a cup of coffee and manage to catch the end of it on the television once this match is done. So the break was dry. Push out played. Inspector Don can either play or put Larry back in. He's decided that there's room to get cover. He's got the cover, but he's not caused a major problem for Larry in getting us hitting the one ball. He'll be going for the pot. Now, how much of that too can he see? Let's have a look. Well, he can see it all, so no, he can't, can he? Yes, he can. Now, I don't understand why he played that into the side pocket there. That looked a lot tougher to me than just rolling it up the table into the corner. Anyway, he's got it done. He's got to move this cue ball now. Looking at where the 4 is. And he's played that well, because again, that shot there, he's played with loads of right English. So when the cue ball goes to the rail, it checks it up to come that direction. So it didn't go that direction and bump into the 9. These are the type of things you've got to know if you're going to get a better player at any sort of game. You've got to know how to deflect the angles with that cue ball, how it goes to a rail if you're trying to manoeuvre it to a certain area. You've got to learn the use of English. And that's like the most basic type there, where you hit it with right English so that when the cue ball goes to the rail, it doesn't open up further to the left, it comes down in a more central line. So that was Larry taking evasive action there to avoid running into the 9 ball. Now with this shot, this is tight to put the 8 past the 9. I mean, you've got to get really good to play that 8 past the 9. And that is pretty good. He just really needs to worry about the pot and going forward here. He's just trying to kill it, get the big stun, and that will do. So Larry is off the mark. Well, this could be another former world champion in trouble here. They've still got another session to play. But this young boy from Wales is at the table. He's behind. And the last red is stuck to the black cushion. The pink and black are very close to one another. Black's on its spot. But he's going to have to pot the black and play this last red. But he's got a chance to pinch this frame. Well, this table's not a run-out table yet. Well, the 1 and the 2, got to just not send it to that rail too soon. It'll catch the knuckle. Let's have a look at the 4. 4's fine on the side if you can hold the cue ball. Well, he's actually come back further than he wanted there. He might end up playing the bank. And he's caught the point. Now he needs a lucky roll. Yeah, but there's too much room. Too much room. Spectre Don will jump this easily enough. But where's the cue ball going to finish? Well, he's gone high enough up. He can play the cut. That was well done. And this young fella, Jack Jones, is on the colours. And And that was a big mistake from Neil Robertson to let him in. I just saw the replay of it. So now he's 59-56 in front, 8-5 in front overall match score. He's on the brown, stunned down for the blue. He's now 7 in front. He still needs the blue and pink. Blue takes him 12 in front, and the pink is right behind the black and the black cushion. And he's played that perfect. Just a roll in the pink, and he's going to be 9-5 in front against the former world champion. I think Jack Jones will be in his early 20s, this boy. The youngest in the tournament is the Chinese boy, Siege, whatever his name is. The one that beat Sean Murphy. Beat him last night, sent him out the World Championship. He's only 20. And he's another one of these young boys that pots the ball from anywhere on the table. He's got no fear whatsoever. Potted some incredible long balls. So he did. Well, that match that I was watching there with Jack Jones and Neil Robertson, I think they've have they gone for their mid-session interval? I think they have. I don't see them there unless they've gone to take a toilet break. I'll wait and see what happens. Meanwhile, Spectre Dawn has got it back all square. Larry at the table. Tight squeeze past the 6. Plenty of room. There's a full pocket there. Now he has to try and finish the short side of the 5. And he's just overcooked it slightly. I think he can cut this and catch the rail. Just hit it plain ball. Yeah. And that'll do nicely. So now the crucial one. Probably the danger is going to round the angles and interfere with the 9, Larry. Listen to the commentator. He's going to have to chump it. I could see that coming a mile away. Now, I'm assuming that's what you were asking me, Slim, when you say in that test. I mean, are you talking about the Snooker World Championships, or am I just off on a completely different tangent? Because my brain can't cope with these comments that I've got to sort of read between the lines in them at this time of night. So Larry into the lead, 2 racks to 1 with the break. And the 1 ball into the side pocket, and the 2 ball follows it in. And now, well, this is awkward again because he's hampered over the 5. If the 5 wasn't there, he'd pop that into the side pocket past the 7, no problem. But he's going to go for it. Oh, he's miscued. He hasn't adjusted the tip of his cue. And that's the other thing you've got to remember, Larry. So this 10 days that he's been off, he's forgotten to move the Q-tip when he's rummaging around over a ball. And that's gifted Spectre Dawn his chance to square it up again. I'm going to be back in a minute. I'm going to have to take a bathroom break. Right, I'm back. Well, we've still got 5 viewers on YouTube. One of them is me, because I've got it on, what do you call it, YouTube, on my second monitor. So most people have gone to their bed. I don't know how many's on Twitch. There can't be many, because most of the comments I think are coming through. Oh, there are a few. Well, good evening to Bill. You've arrived just in time. Well, we're 3¼ hours into the tournament. It won't be 4 hours, because as I said earlier, we've had about half the field in the tournament tonight. We've certainly had good weather over here the last few days. It's not going to last long though. We're going to be back to winter next week. According to the forecast, it's to get a lot colder. And I think a few people are probably out and about making use of the good weather. Well, we've still got a few in Twitch as well then. Well, this is tough. Yeah, and that's another gift for Spectre Dawn to take the lead. So in that case, we'll still have 2 spots on. In fact, let's just do that while this match is going on. I'll just do the banners again. And have a quick look just to check. Yeah, we'll still get 2 seats. It's, what is it, races to 6 on the winner's side, races to 4, far too short. Single final race to 9. You know, if only Steve had listened to me and set the tourney system up in such a way that you could change the match goals. And you could, also there should be the ability to save a tournament match. If you were able to do that, you could have longer runs in the Snooker World Championship. That's why it's better done in a manual. It's better done in a manual tourney system than in VP4 tourney system, because this isn't a proper World Championship. I'll tell you that right now. I don't care who knows it. It's not the way I would set it. It would be set to the way these guys are playing on the television right now. The way it used to be. The way it should be for a Snooker World Championship. Anyway, that's my moan for the night over. That's a cracking shot by Larry, and he's got a nice little rub of the ball there off the 8 ball, I think. Nicely on the 2, but what's he going to do about the 3 ball? It's stuck to the rail. It's not going in past the 9. He could bump it into the rail and try and play the combo. That's a bit tricky. Now, they weren't having a mid-session interval. This young boy's just made an almighty cut in the blue ball, smacked into all the reds. They're all over the place. And he's in with a chance again here. I mean, this is a practice table now for this kid. He's got a whole stack of reds to pick from. He's already on 20. Neil Robertson in nothing. And Jack Jones from Wales is 4 frames in front, 9 frames to 5, not racks. First to 13, the final session I think is tomorrow morning. And straight away he's got himself in trouble. He's tried to draw back and bump the black ball, and he stuck his cue ball to the rail. He's got no shot unless he plays a really ambitious long bolt colour, brown or yellow. So he's at the table at his mercy there. He might be made to pay for that with the way the reds were sitting. He's only in his 20s, this guy. I say, I don't think he's as young as that, the young Chinese boy. He's only 20. Oh, good evening to Semi-Pro. Well, you'll be pleased to hear, Semi-Pro, that One Pocket Slim has withdrawn from the Virtual World Snooker Championships. He hasn't got time. He's busy working. So that's the good news. The bad news is Stubb's still in it. Oh, you know, I thought you were in it. I thought you said you were in it. Because I haven't really been looking at the sign-ups until tonight. Well, get yourself in it then. So, Spectre Dawn with a 2-rack lead. Ball in the break. And that was the 7 ball. Not a great shot in the 1. Oh, you're in the bank pool. Oh, well, you and about 6 others the last time I looked. Now I reckon Stubble fancies chances in that bank pool tournament, so there needs to be more. There needs to be more quality in that tournament to disappoint the boy again. Because Stubble will be fairly hot at the banks. Is it a full rack banks or what? I don't know what the rules are for banks. Is it not like a half rack or a full rack or something? I don't know. Oh, look at this. I thought the 3 ball was going to go there. So Larry gets a reprieve. Now once again, there's a problem to deal with, and it's the 6 ball. Well, you'll have saw the snooker results there, Semi-Pro, if you were watching it. Mark Williams is out, and this young boy, I'm watching him on iPlayer at the moment, this Jack Jones, the Welsh guy, he's back at the table. He's 9-5 in front of Neil Robertson, and he's got a 40-point lead at the moment, and he's got plenty of reds out in the open there to win this frame and get to double figures. So Neil Robertson's time in the tournament, after his first round match where he was brilliant, he is looking severely under threat here against this guy. So it's looking likely that there's a, that's going to be maybe the 3rd world champion or former world champion in 3 days that's going to go out. Well, that's is it Si Jia Wei? That young boy is bloody brilliant. I mean, he's got absolutely no fear. You see some of the things he was potting. He's scary. I mean, the thing is, you can only judge him in his next match against, what's his name, Rob Milkins. And Milkins will give him plenty of chances. But at the same time, Milkins will score if he gets in amongst them. And that could be a really great match. And if that young Chinese boy plays as well as he did in the match against Murphy, Milkins has got no chance. But if he can keep that standard up for the rest of the tournament, he's got a chance of winning this thing. So he has. He has got a very strong chance of winning it. Because he's one of these players that's coming to the tournament. He's got no baggage. He's got no scars for the World Championship. They may well still come, But the way he played in that match, he's put the fear of death into everybody else that's in the tournament, I'll tell you that. Very impressed with him. And got that typical Chinese temperament where he, you know, doesn't let you know anything about how they feel. They just go on with it. Well, he's actually got the chance of becoming the youngest world champion if he can do it and beat Stephen Henry. He was 21. Well, that's another frame to Jack Jones, so he is having a good run in this match. And it's his to lose now, the way it's going. Well, dry break. Spectre Dawn playing the push out. And that isn't really good as a push out, is it? I mean, Larry's going to nail him here. Well, when I say nail him, he's got to be really careful he doesn't scratch. Now, I don't know what he tried there, Larry. He tried something elaborate and he almost scratched himself. And now, well, Spectre Dawn has to be careful with this, that he can actually see the one when he tries to pot this too. And he can see it he can just get enough of it. Right, so they're on with the next frame. It's the final frame of the night, frame number 16. Jack Jones with a 10-5 lead. Neil Robertson breaking off. Well, what was the diagnosis, semi-pro? What did the doctor say to you? I think it's the first time he's qualified, I'm not sure. And don't forget, this guy has come through at least two, if not three, qualifying rounds to get here. Well, Larry gets another lifeline. Oh, that's right, I have the sinus and the diabetes. I remember you saying that, I remember that now. Well, I'll tell you one good cure for sinus trouble. Get yourself a pot noodle, a Bombay Bad Boy. That'll clear your head. That's better than any medication. And put all the sauce in as well, all the spicy sauce in. Well, Chimpy was asking me if I'm any better. Well, I am better, but it's slow going. Bearing in mind I did my own self-diagnosis, and I'm assuming that it's 95% likely that that's what I've got, and it is slightly better, but it will take a long while by the looks of it. Or it might remain, this might be as good as I get, I don't know, but that's the way it is. That's the way the cookie crumbles. You just got to get on with it. And nothing else you can do other than wear a false face. Or grow an extremely large beard. But I ordered that professional hair trimmer thing, and it came the other day, and I've skinned my head and I've got rid of the beard. Well, that's what I said. You know, get yourself a Bombay bad boy. Try that. One of the big pot ones. I mean, you've just got to go on with it. I mean, everybody's got... Oh, that 9 ball's gone in. Oh, there you go. Everybody's got afflictions of one kind or another. Some are more severe than others. The way I look at it is, you just have to take it as it is. And try and deal with it as best you can. And just get on with it. We're all on a limited time span here. Just make the most of what you've got. It's either going to get better or it's going to get worse. One of the two. Yeah, you're going to have to change your diet. Yeah. No more big Chinese for you. Now, I take it you're all aware that if you're on Facebook, if we want to get morbid for a minute, if you're on Facebook, you can put in contact details of somebody who will manage your Facebook account when you pop your clogs, so that it lets all your friends know that you've popped your clogs. Just so that you're aware of that. It's worthwhile going to have a look at Facebook if you're on Facebook, because a lot of people obviously don't think about that, which is why you'll find that there's a lot of Facebook accounts that are still up there for people who are long since dead and gone. John Slingblade is one of them, because nobody was left to manage his account. But you can do that. I can't remember where you go to do it, but it's in your profile. I've actually got nothing on mine, so if I suddenly don't appear in VP4 for any length of time, then you know I'm gone, because I've got nobody to come on and tell you he's not going to be here anymore. I'll just disappear, and you'll be all the happier for it, because nobody likes me either, semi-pro. Well, we've now got 9 watching on YouTube, so quite clearly people get bored and go away and decide we'll catch the final, which is probably the right thing to do. Yeah, it's getting late. So, we now have daylight, Spectre Dawn with a 2-rack lead. The tournament's been on for just over 3.5 hours. And Neil Robertson's at the table, trying to rescue this final frame of the night, with the look of it. Where's the cue ball going? Oh, he nearly went in off in the side pocket. I think he's the wrong side of the blue. Yeah, I don't think he's the right side of the blue. I think he's pretty straight. He's not going to be good in his next red. And Spectre Dawn having a look around. Trying to duck for cover here. This looks good. It looks very good. It looks excellent. That will do. But again, it's not tight enough. It's just bumped that 8 ball. Larry will be out of the jump stick straight away. Yeah, the in-off is obviously the scratch in pool terminology. That's a good kick bank or jump bank, whatever way you want to call it. Well, he's immediately got himself in trouble here, Larry. He's got himself hooked in a 3 now. Out with the stick again. I think it's tighter to the 6 though. Well, you can on here, because I call it Chinese snookered. I mean, I also call it, I mean, up here in Scotland, and this is again not being in any way racist, it's always been a terminology that they've used up here. They call, if you're going for a Chinese, you don't say you're going for a Chinese in Scotland. At least not where I stay. We call it the more unpolitically correct terminology, but it's never meant in that way. It's just merely what the description is. If you go to Urban Dictionary, you'll probably find that as a description in reference to a Chinese meal in Scotland, that is. But now that we're into this politically correct society, there's probably not a lot of people using the terminology that I use. But if I was among people I know, that's the terminology I would use. But it is meant in no degradation or disrespect to the Chinese people. That's just how we use it as a nickname for the Chinese meal. You notice I'm not using it on here, because that way somebody will complain and they'll get me banned. And that's something I haven't had for, I can't remember, what was the last Chinese carry out I had, or Chinese delivery I should say, because I don't get in the car and go and collect them. I pay to get it delivered. What was the last one I had? I can't remember. It's been a little while, bearing in mind the prices that have gone up. And Larry straight away, almost back in touch, scratches in the break. Ball in hand for Spectre Dawn, but he's going to have to do something immediately here on this 1 ball and bump the 2 out and hope he doesn't get a double kiss. Because the angle that he's playing the 1 ball here would be very likely to get a double kiss there in the 2. I think he's going to try and, well, I don't know what he's trying. He's looking around and looking around. Right. It looks as if he might be leaving the bank. Now I'm not sure what he's doing. No, he's back. He hasn't a clue what he's doing himself either. I mean, he could be pushing it in and drawing onto it to try and bump it out, obviously. The 5 ball's a bit of a hindrance, so for it to be finishing over the side pocket. Now he's ended up getting the double kiss. What did I tell you? I told you that sooner rather than later, that he'd end up getting the double kiss playing it at that angle. He should have drawn into it. The commentator's eye got it right again, so here we go with the tip-tap for 10 minutes. Well, Larry's not got the patience to be hanging around. He went for the bank and it's going to cost him. Well, looking at the score, Neil Robertson's 53-0 up in this final frame. So it's looking good for him at the moment to get it back to 10-6. Although there's still plenty of points in the table. I think he's playing a safety. I'm not sure. I think he's on a red, but he doesn't really have a shot. I think he's looking at a safety. He might be in the black. Is he in the black? Ah, he is. He's just looking. Or is he? Yeah, I think he's in the black and looking for a cannon here. Looking for a. No, he isn't in the red. Try to cut it into the middle. That was ambitious. Although I don't think he's left anything on. Meanwhile, Spectre Dawn marches ever closer. Well, we don't want to get into that discussion, but when you bring religion and that into it, mainly religion, it's always been my opinion that religion is the root of all evil. I don't care what you say and I don't care what your beliefs are. That is my opinion. It's the root of all evil because you're brainwashed into a certain way of thinking, and in certain countries it's worse than others. We're probably a bit more fortunate than some countries, but religious beliefs are the root of most evil in this world. So they are. And I'm talking as myself as a Catholic. That's what I was brought up as, but I'm certainly not a practicing Catholic, because I suddenly came to the conclusion that it's a form of brainwashing. And that's exactly what religion is. And I defy anybody to explain to me anything different. If you're brought up in a certain way and that's all you've been told, you're brainwashed into thinking a certain way. And to me, religion should be banned to people of an age where they can make those choices. If you want to make that choice, that's fine. But it just, to me, is the root of most of the problems in terms of conflict and various other things, and politics. That's the other one you want to steer well clear of. Well, that's right, Larry, and there America's a perfect country for that. And they've still got these 9-year-old evangelists over there. You know, that's just crazy. So as when you see that stupid thing going on, these young Bible thumpers, you know, and that's a perfect example of brainwashing. Perfect example of brainwashing. I've never seen such a gullible country as the United States, and that's no disrespect to Larry. But there are some dumb people in the world, and if you want to see some of the dumbest people, you want to have a quick look at the USA, and not just the USA. There's as many numpties and dummies in my country as well, but the USA is probably famous for it. You know, these people think that they need to have this imaginary guy that will get them through life, you know. And you have these people who tell you this, and if you're in that environment and you're in the mix with them, if somebody tells you something long enough, you'll start to believe it. That's what religion is. But luckily for most people, they get to a certain age where they suddenly become a bit more sceptical. And I'm glad that happened to me, because you only have to look at the news and look at other sources and see what's going on in the world. And just thank God you're not in some of those countries. There's a way to do it. Thank God. That always reminds me of the joke that Dave Allen tells. Dave Allen was an Irish stand-up comic. He had a laid-back approach. He used to have He used to have a drink. He sat in a chair. If you ever seen him on YouTube, go on YouTube and look at Dave Allen, and you'll see some of his little skits that he does. And he was brought up a Catholic, you know, born in Ireland, brought up a Catholic, went through all the brainwashing procedures of that, and a lot of his humour is based on his Catholicism and the church. But I remember when he said, when he went to his first funeral, and he's standing around the grave, and he tells the joke where they were blessing themselves, and he thought they were saying, this is what he thought they were saying, he says, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and into the Holy Ghost. Oh dear. But he had a sceptical dig at the Catholic humour, and he was very funny. And I remember also back in the 70s when Billy Connolly was touring Scotland, and he used to make, you know, they made albums of his stand-up concerts that he did. You could get them in LPs, and he told the joke about the crucifixion, and that caused a big hubbub with the religious people in Scotland. And I mean, you know, these people are, they were, it was blasphemy, it was all of this crap, when at the end of the day, it was a joke. You know, that's the stupid thing about it. You're right enough, Larry. That's, I mean, there's nothing truer. I mean, you can, if you believe in leprechauns, you have as much chance of seeing one of them as you have ever seen God. Yeah. I'll tell you something. If all of these religious people say, "Oh, you'll burn in hell," well, come the day where I'm dead and gone, and I end up at whatever pearly gates they're talking about, I've got a few damn questions to put to somebody in the hot seat. That's all I'm saying. I've got a few bloody appropriate questions to ask. Anyway, that's enough of that. We're back all square, 7 racks apiece. Well, the other thing I suggest you do, if you've never seen what's his name, and unfortunately I came to know him after he had died, George Carlin. Go onto YouTube and listen to George Carlin about religion. There's a man that spoke a true word. I'm so disappointed I never found him until he was gone. But he does some funny routines. But you know, George Carlin talks about how he was this sort of down the middle straight comic back in the 60s, and then it suddenly came to him the way things were going on in the world and all of that stuff. He started to do the stuff that he really wanted to do, which was obviously not made for television. Well, it's the final score of the night. Jack Jones is a 10-6 lead going into the final session against Neil Robertson, so good luck to him in his final session, but he's in with a great chance of putting another champ out. So, 7 apiece. We could be going all the way here. We might as well. We did that in the first match of the night. Well, this is going to have to be a long distance combo for Larry. Now this has to be given every chance to go in, and the problem with that was the pace, because you wanted to keep the 3-ball handy. 3-ball did come out, and it would have been a combo in the 8. What the hell Stubb up to? When did he come into the room again? Well, this is just get that cue ball dug out of there somewhere up the table to make the cut in the 4, because this is well in the pocket. And he's dead straight in the 4. He's going to have to try and pinch something out here to get the cue ball out for the 5. But he's managed to just draw it straight back. So again, he's a bit short, but again, he tends to do that, and he still pots them. I thought it was tomorrow it finished, Larry. Not finished, the sign-up's closed. I thought it was tomorrow. You sure it's today? I'm going to have to go to this bloody page again, aren't I? Oh, it starts April the 21st. Aye, so today's the 20th. I knew I was right. What's today's date? Am I losing track of time here? I thought this was the 20th. No, Larry's right. Yeah, Larry's right. I haven't a clue what day it is because I've been off all week, so I've lost track of dates. Yep, the draw is in 10 minutes' time. Well, we'll keep an eye on that then. In fact, to hell with that. We know who's going to win Friday Night 9. Well, it's going to be either Larry or Spectre Don, so we'll just keep it on the snooker one. No, I honestly thought it was tomorrow it finished, or the sign-up's closed. So it won't be full. It'll be too short. Is that a George Carlin line? I like the one where George Carlin tells the routine about, he wouldn't pray to God. He'd pray to the sun instead, because I can see the sun. But if I was ever going to pick somebody to pray to, it would be, you know who I'd pray to? Joe Pesci, because he looks like a guy that can get a job done. Yeah, today's the 21st, and for some reason I was convinced all day was the 20th. As I say, that's either because I've been off all week and haven't paid any attention to the dates, or it's because it's 10 minutes to 11 at night, or it's because I've had a senior moment. Make your own choice, make your mind up. Well, that's handy. That's another reason for staying another 15 minutes to have a look at the draw. On who's got who in the... But I hope LS3's get stubbed first round, because she'll see him out. Well, Spectre Don on the hill with ball in hand, trying to put Larry out of his misery. But it isn't quite showing up yet. He's trying to get into the short side of the 2, and he's bumped to 8 and he can't get the cut. Well, I know what I'd be doing. I'd be jacking up and bumping this 2 ball around the table and trying to drop in behind the 8. That's what I'd be doing. I'd be just getting a little dink and trying to come in there, because I think he's got enough room to get to the 2. Well, that was crap, for want of a better description, because Larry can cut that. And I don't know why he didn't just bump it around the table and try and get tight behind the 8. Well, Larry's obviously on the 3 and he's trying to drop behind the 4. That was a good effort, but now Larry can duck away here, or he can play the little stun and draw into the 7. Well, he's got it tight enough behind the 9, he ain't jumping that. I'm still surprised Spectre Dawn didn't try and just bump behind that 8 ball, and he ended up playing a nothing safety. Well, there you go. Larry's got his reward. We're going hill, folks. We might as well. That'll just kill time till the top of the hour. And we are going to be here 4 hours. So this is a tourney with a lot less players in it this week, and we're still going virtually 4 hours. Well, obviously the 4 ball with ball in hand isn't a problem. And the angle on the 6 ball is good. So anywhere in this area, along there, to get on the 7. But you've got to get out of there without interfering with the 9. And there's loads of room to do that. And would you believe it, Larry's doing his utter best to try and get really awkward. He could have done with being right up on that 7, but he's got out and the 8 ball goes past and he doesn't want to be nailed to the rail. Welcome to Dwight. So well done to Larry. It was a dodgy start to the evening for Larry, but he's found his feet. And he ends up being the winner. Well, Spectre Dawn's got nobody to blame but himself. Well, he isn't, because it's only 8 each. What am I talking about? I'm getting excited. Oh dear. It's that time of night, folks. Maybe I've been presumptuous congratulating Larry, thinking it was the final rack. I was ahead of myself there. Yes, Slim, get yourself in. They need some numpties in the tournament. You know, some gullible people. Stubb needs them, I'll tell you that. Stubb needs enough people in there who are gullible enough to play into his hands. Well, I just hope that either you or LS3 get Stubb first round and drills him. Well, I'm glad it is full. Oh dear. Larry having to slam the ball to try and get the cue ball around in the 2. And now Spectre Dawn can bump that 8 ball out the way. Is it the 8 ball or no? It's the 4 ball. But he can bump the 4 ball and try and hold for the 2. Well, we are about a minute and a half away from it. He's got the bump in the 4. He's got the 2 clean in the open. I think I might have jinxed Larry by thinking he was winning the final rack there a minute ago. Cue ball. Oh, goodness me. Is he right behind the point? I think he is. Is he? Oh, he's almost... I think he's okay. I think he's okay. Oh, it's tight. He might be. Yep. Yeah, he's got it. Event is closed. Right, we'll have a study at that in a minute. Well, Spectre Dawn hooked in the 4 and Larry breeze again if this doesn't come out right. Well, I'll tell you something, Bedhead. Stubb shouldn't be worried because Barker's was crap the other night against LS3. It really was. She drilled him 3-0, and I think she beat him the other night again. I'm not sure. I never stayed to watch it, but because I've been playing in that best of 5 snooker tournament that's been on in the evenings. But he's got a lot of practice to fit in between tonight and whenever his match is. Well, this is the one that will make or break it. This 5 ball. He's not going to scratch, he just needs to roll it in and roll forward. Just let that cue ball roll out. Now he needs to make sure he can get into the cue ball, because this is the big test for the trackball mouse. He's running forward because the drawback isn't reliable, and that is pretty good. Who's this fruit shop? That's what's his name, isn't it? That's that nutcase. What's his name? That begins with an S. Somebody will know in the stream. What do you call him? I'm sure that's his other name. That's one of his 120 names that he's got. What's the hell's his name? Somebody remind me of his name before I go to bed, because I'll have to sit up all night to remind it. Snakes, that's the one. Thank God for that, Slim. I would have been up all night trying to remember that. Oh, there's Popman there. I never saw you earlier on if you were in. Well, I haven't jinxed Larry. For once, I've done him a favour. I've jinxed Spectre Dawn. So well done to Larry with a 9-8 victory. And with that, we'll have a quick look at the Virtual World Snooker Championship first round draw. We've got a full house. We've got Jose against Brainfall Out. We'll get Albinario against SWWS. Albi will be favourite for that. We'll get Mal against Barry C. Mal will be strong favourite for that, I would think. We've got Whiskey against Christian. That's anybody's guess. We'll get Matt against Coldest. What's that? Pillow. We've got Larry against Tommy. That'll be good. We've got Mr. Fox against a name I don't know. That might be a buy, because he might not show up, whoever it is, King Zaki. We've got Mr. Sharky against Semi-Pro. We've got LS3 against Mooncake. That'll be a good match. How the hell does this... Oh, there we go. We've got... who's that? Aussie Mick against Spectre Dawn. That'll be a problem as far as the time zones go, because Aussie Mick is in Australia as far as I'm aware. So there's like an 11-hour time difference, 10 or 11-hour time difference there. That's a big problem. We've got Linus against Larry. Is it Larry? Am I reading that? No, it's Lard. We've got Stubb against Barkers, so that's the one to look forward to. And I think Stubb will have a good chance in that, because obviously Stubb can pop balls, but Barkers has got the snooker brain. That's the difference between the two of them. But Barkers has got to up his game to defend his title. We've got Chico against Hazeric, or whatever that says. We've got Tony Sam, who's a snooker player, against Little Wolf. Tony Sam will be far too strong in that match. We've got the final match. No, wait a minute. We've got One Pocket Slim against, is that Rossi? I don't know, I've never seen them. We've got Polka Bouter against Maisie Dizzle, and I've never, well, I've seen Pook about her playing 9-ball, and I don't want to see that again. So I don't think I want to see him play snooker either, with the greatest of respect. And I don't know who Maisie Dizzle is. So that is a draw. And the deadline for those first matches is May the 1st. So no doubt there might be some matches played tomorrow. I don't know. We wait and see. So with that, folks, thanks for all your company. Thanks for staying with it. Well done to Larry on his win. We'll see him again next week, maybe, unless he has another sabbatical. So until then, I'll bid you good night and thanks for watching, and we will see you again soon, no doubt. So we will be covering some of those matches as long as they're at a suitable time. Now, I have to say that if they're on at 7 o'clock, I might not be doing that many, Slim, because you know, if a match goes all the way, that could be, what, 12 frames of snooker, and that could be too late for me at the end of it, and I'm probably not going to do many of them unless they're on my days off, and that's a different matter. So till we meet again, take care and good night, folks.